Gryffindor common room had finally emptied. Harry Potter sat in his favorite armchair, though when had it become his favorite? Exactly. Perhaps during third year, or maybe it had claimed him, rather than the other way around. The worn velvet beneath his fingers held the warmth of countless students before him, and tonight, with most of Gryffindor up in the dormitories or scattered through the castle's corridors, that warmth felt like a quiet welcome meant only for him. The fire crackled, sending sparks up the chimney in lazy spirals. September had arrived with unusual gentleness this year, bringing cool evenings that made the common room's hearth a comfort rather than a necessity. Outside the tower windows, the last of the daylight had faded to deep blue, and the first stars were beginning to prick through the darkness above the forbidden forest. Harry stretched his legs toward the fire and let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. The first weeks of term always carried a particular kind of exhaustion, not unpleasant, but thorough. New schedules to memorize, professors to reacquaint himself with, the castle's rhythms to fall back into after months away. But this year felt different somehow, lighter perhaps, or maybe just more familiar in a way that settled deep into his bones. The portrait hole swung open, and Ron Weasley climbed through, followed closely by Hermione Granger. Both carried the telltale signs of a long day, ink stains on Ron's fingers, a slight dishevelment to Hermione's usually neat hair, and matching expressions of relief at finding their corner of the common room empty. "Thought you'd be here," Ron said, dropping into the chair beside Harry with the kind of graceless comfort that came from years of friendship. Seamus and Dean are having some sort of debate about Quidditch tactics up in the dormitory. Couldn't hear myself think. Hermione settled onto the sofa, tucking her feet beneath her and pulling a thick woolen blanket from the back of the cushions. "I don't know how they have the energy," she said, but her tone held fondness rather than criticism. "We've had a full day of lessons, homework already piling up, and they're ready to argue for hours." "That's just Seamus," Ron said, grinning. "He'd argue about anything if you gave him half a chance. Remember second year when he tried to convince everyone that the Chudley Cannons were going to win the league?" Harry smiled, letting the conversation wash over him. This easy banter, this comfortable settling into familiar spaces with familiar people. This was what had felt different about returning to Hogwarts this year. It wasn't just coming back to school. It was coming home. The fire popped, and a log shifted in the grate, sending up a shower of orange sparks. The light painted dancing shadows across the stone walls, touching the edges of old tapestries and catching in the gold leaf of portrait frames. Somewhere above them, in one of the higher corners of the common room, a portrait snored gently. "Did you finish Snape's essay?" Ron asked, pulling out a slightly squashed package wrapped in brown paper from his robes. "Because I haven't even started, and I thought maybe—" "Ronald Weasley, you cannot possibly think—" Hermione began, but Ron was already unwrapping the package with a grin. "Relax, I'm not asking you to write it for me. I brought provisions for a long evening of work. Mum sent treacle tart." That got Harry's attention. "Your mum sent a whole tart?" "Well," Ron said, looking slightly sheepish, "I might have mentioned in my last letter that the feast was good, but nothing compared to home cooking. She must have felt bad." Hermione shook her head, but she was smiling. "Your mother spoils you." "Yeah, Ron agreed cheerfully, dividing the tart into 3 generous portions with his wand. But she sent enough for all of us, so she spoils you too. That's just how the burrow works. Harry accepted his portion, the scent of treacle and pastry mixing with the wood smoke from the fire. It smelled like comfort, like safety, like all the things the Dursleys' house had never been. He took a bite and closed his eyes, savoring it. "This is perfect," he said quietly. When he opened his eyes, Hermione was watching him with that particular expression she got sometimes, the one that said she understood more than what was spoken aloud. She had a remarkable talent for reading the spaces between words. "The burrow always smells like this in September," Ron said, oblivious to the moment, his mouth half full of tart. "Mum starts baking the minute there's even a hint of chill in the air. Says it's wasteful to heat the kitchen with magic when the oven works just as well and gives you treacle tart at the end of it." "That's remarkably practical for magic," Hermione said, pulling out her own parchment and quill. "Most wizarding households rely so heavily on spells that they forget the efficiency of doing things the traditional way." Ron swallowed. "Is this going to turn into one of your lectures about house elves?" "It could," Hermione said primly, but there was a hint of amusement in her voice. "But actually, I was thinking about the castle." Harry looked up from his tart. "What about it?" Hermione gestured around the common room with her quill, careful not to spill ink. "Have you noticed the fires? In all the common rooms, the Great Hall, even the classrooms, they never quite go out. Not completely. Even in summer, there's always an ember, always something burning." "That's just house elves, isn't it?" Ron said, "keeping everything running." "Partially," Hermione agreed. "But I was reading about Hogwarts' foundational enchantments in the library. Yes, before term even properly started, Ron. Don't look at me like that. And there's a charm woven into the very stones. The castle remembers warmth. Every fire that's ever been lit here, every bit of heat and comfort, it all feeds into the enchantment. That's why Hogwarts always feels welcoming, even in the depths of winter." Harry looked at the fire with new appreciation. "So this fire has been burning in one form or another for 1,000 years," Hermione finished. "Oh, the logs are replaced, obviously, and sometimes it burns low, but it's never truly cold, never truly dark. The castle won't allow it." The 3 of them sat in silence for a moment, watching the flames dance. Harry found himself thinking about all the students who had sat in this exact spot over the centuries. Gryffindors from every generation, seeking the same comfort from the same hearth. The thought should have made him feel small, perhaps, insignificant in the grand sweep of history. Instead, it made him feel connected, part of something larger and older and infinitely precious. "That's brilliant," Ron said finally, and Harry could hear the genuine wonder in his friend's voice. "I mean, I've always just taken it for granted, you know. Fire's there when you need it. But thinking about it being the same fire, sort of, that the founders knew, it makes you think about home differently," Harry said quietly. "Doesn't it?" Hermione's expression softened. Yes, it does." Ron cleared his throat, looking slightly uncomfortable with the turn toward sentiment, and reached for his school bag. "Right, well, that's lovely and all, but Snape's still going to have my head if I don't get this essay done. What's the question again?" "The properties of wolfsbane in advanced potions," Hermione said, already pulling out her own notes. with particular attention to the brewing process and common mistakes. "Of course it is," Ron muttered. "Can't ever be something simple like, what color is a healing potion?" Harry smiled and retrieved his own essay materials, settling deeper into his chair. The common room around them had taken on that particular quality of late evening, the kind of hush that felt both peaceful and alive. Somewhere in the walls, the castle was breathing, settling, holding them all safe within its ancient stones. They worked in comfortable silence for a while, broken only by the scratch of quills on parchment, Ron's occasional muttering, and Hermione's soft when she encountered something interesting in her research. The fire continued its gentle crackling, and Harry found his attention drifting between his essay and the room around them. That's when he noticed the portrait. It hung just to the left of the fireplace, small and easily overlooked among the larger, more ostentatious frames. The painting showed a simple landscape, rolling hills, a few trees, a distant cottage with smoke rising from its chimney. Harry had seen it hundreds of times before, had probably walked past it thousands of times without really registering its presence. But something was different now. The hills, he was certain, had been green the last time he'd looked. Summer green, lush and full. Now they were touched with gold, the trees showing the first hints of autumn color. Even the light in the painting seemed different. Lower, more amber, like late afternoon in September, rather than summer's bright noon. "Hermione," he said slowly, "that portrait by the fireplace, has it always shown autumn?" Hermione looked up from her parchment, following his gaze. "Which one? The landscape? I think. Actually, I'm not sure. Why?" "I could have sworn it was showing summer last week." Ron glanced over, squinting at the portrait. "Maybe it's enchanted to match the seasons? Some portraits do that, don't they? The one in the entrance hall with the fruit bowl changes." "That's different," Hermione said, setting down her quill with the particular focus that meant she'd found a new puzzle to solve. "The fruit bowl portrait changes because students interact with it. This one, no one ever touches this one. I don't think I've ever even seen the subject move." As if in response to her words, a small bird flew across the painted sky, there for just a moment, then gone behind a painted tree. "Well, it's moving now," Ron said. Harry stood up, approaching the portrait for a closer look. The frame was old, the gilt worn smooth in places, and there was no nameplate to indicate the artist or subject. Just this quiet landscape, unremarkable except for the fact that it had changed. "You think it's important?" he asked. Hermione had already joined him, peering at the painting with the same intensity she brought to particularly difficult homework. "Everything at Hogwarts is important. Or at least, everything has a reason. The castle doesn't do random magic." "Maybe it just likes to show off," Ron suggested from his chair. "All this ancient magic lying about, it's got to entertain itself somehow." But Harry didn't think that was it. There was something intentional about the change, something purposeful. The landscape wasn't just showing autumn, it was showing their autumn, the exact quality of light and color that existed outside the tower windows right now. "We should watch it," Hermione decided. "Make a note of when it changes and what it changes to. If there's a pattern—" "There you go," Ron said, but he was smiling. "Can't just enjoy a mysterious portrait like normal people. Have to make a research project out of it." "Research projects are how we learn things, Ronald." Yeah, but we're supposed to be doing actual homework right now, not making up extra work. Harry returned to his chair, still thinking about the portrait. Hermione was right. Everything at Hogwarts had a reason. The moving staircases taught students to be alert, to adapt. The trick steps reminded them to watch their path. Even Peeves, annoying as he was, served a purpose in keeping students on their toes. So what was this portrait teaching them? The fire settled lower, and Ron yawned hugely. I'm never going to finish this essay tonight. Snape will just have to dock points. You've barely started, Hermione pointed out. Exactly. That's why I'm never going to finish. Harry glanced at his own parchment. He'd managed a few paragraphs, but his attention kept wandering to the fire, to the portrait, to the comfortable presence of his friends. Strange how homework, which had seemed so important an hour ago, now felt like an intrusion on something more valuable. We could work on it tomorrow, he suggested. It's not due until Friday. Hermione looked scandalized. That's what you both said last year about the Transfiguration essay, and you ended up working until midnight the night before it was due. And we got acceptable marks, Ron said. So the system works. That is not, Hermione started, then stopped, shaking her head with a smile. You're both impossible. But you like us anyway, Ron said cheerfully. Against my better judgment, yes. Harry watched them bicker, the familiar rhythm of it as comforting as the fire's warmth. This was what he'd missed during the summer, not just Hogwarts itself, but this. The easy companionship, the gentle teasing, the way Hermione could be exasperated and fond at the same time, the way Ron could make even homework feel less daunting just by being determinedly unconcerned about it. The portrait caught his eye again, and this time he noticed something new. The smoke from the painted cottage's chimney had thickened slightly, as if someone inside had just added wood to their fire. A welcoming glow appeared in the cottage's windows, small and distant, but warm. Someone coming home, Harry thought. Someone settling in for the evening, safe and comfortable, and where they belonged. Look, he said softly. The cottage. Ron and Hermione both turned to look. The three of them sat there, watching the tiny painted lights glow warmer as the real fire before them crackled and popped. It's beautiful, Hermione whispered. And it was. Not grand or dramatic, not the kind of beauty that demanded attention. Just a quiet, gentle sort of loveliness, the kind that reminded you that the world held small, safe places where you could rest. Ron stood up and stretched. Right. Well, Snape can wait. I'm for bed. Anyone else? Harry glanced at the portrait one more time. The light still glowed in the cottage windows, steady and sure. Tomorrow he'd pay more attention, see if it changed again, try to understand what the castle was telling them. But tonight, he was simply grateful to be here, in this room, with these friends, in this castle that remembered warmth and held it close. Yeah, he said. Bed sounds good. Hermione gathered her things, already organizing tomorrow's tasks in her mind. Harry could see it in the way she sorted her parchments. We should still try to get an early start on that essay tomorrow. Sure, Ron said easily, in the tone that meant he'd definitely forgotten about it by breakfast. They climbed the stairs to their respective dormitories, footsteps soft on stone worn smooth by generations of students. At the door to the girls' side, Hermione paused. Harry, that thing you said earlier about home. He looked at her, waiting. You're right. It does feel different this year. Better. Ron nodded agreement, and Harry found he didn't need to say anything at all. They understood each other, the three of them. They always had. The dormitory was quiet when Harry finally crawled into bed. Through the window, he could see stars scattered across the September sky like silver dust. The castle was settling for the night, its stones cooling, its corridors emptying, its fires burning low but never dark. Harry pulled his blankets close and thought about the portrait's cottage with its glowing windows, thought about Hermione's explanation of the enchanted fires, thought about belonging and warmth and the strange magic of finding yourself exactly where you needed to be. The library after dinner had a particular quality that Harry had come to appreciate over the years, a hush that felt less like enforced silence and more like shared concentration, the kind of quiet that wrapped around you like a blanket, broken only by the soft scratch of quills, the whisper of turning pages, and Madame Pince's occasional stern footsteps as she patrolled the aisles. October had settled over Hogwarts with dramatic flair. The grounds had transformed into a palette of rust and gold, and the castle itself seemed to lean into the season with enthusiasm. Pumpkins appeared on every surface, their cheerful orange faces grinning from window sills and corridor niches. The house elves had begun incorporating autumn into every meal, pumpkin juice at breakfast, pumpkin pasties at lunch, and soups rich with harvest vegetables at dinner. But it was the evenings Harry loved most, when the sun set early now, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, and the castle's torches flickered to life in response, when the wind picked up outside, sending showers of leaves against the windows in gentle percussion, when the library became a refuge from the encroaching cold, its warmth both physical and atmospheric. Tonight, Harry sat at one of the study tables near the restricted section, with permission, thanks to a note from Professor McGonagall, for their defense against the dark arts research. Ron sprawled across from him, attempting to look industrious while mostly doodling broomsticks in the margins of his transfiguration notes. Hermione occupied the chair between them, surrounded by a fortress of books that she'd been steadily working through for the past hour. I don't understand why we need to know the difference between a Grindylow and a Kappa, Ron muttered, not for the first time. They're both water creatures. They're both nasty. What else matters? Their habitat, behavior, and the appropriate defensive spells for each, Hermione said, without looking up from her book. Honestly, Ron, did you even attend the lecture? I was there, physically present. My mind might have wandered, a bit during the bit about webbed fingers versus scales. Harry smiled, only half listening to their familiar bickering. His own essay lay before him, half finished and already longer than the required length. Professor Lupin, back for another year of teaching, much to everyone's relief, had assigned them a comparison of defensive spells across different magical creatures, and Harry had found himself genuinely interested in the subject. Outside the tall windows, the last of the daylight was fading. Harry could see his reflection in the glass, ghostly and insubstantial, and beyond it, the grounds darkening toward night. The forbidden forest was a dark smudge against the sky, and even as he watched, the first stars began to appear. A rustle of feathers drew his attention. Hedwig swooped through one of the high windows, always left open for owl post, and landed on the edge of their table with the kind of precision that came from years of practice. She dropped a small package wrapped in brown paper, hooted softly at Harry, and then took off again, presumably heading for the owlery. "What's that?" Ron asked, perking up at the prospect of distraction. Harry unwrapped the package carefully. Inside was a bar of Honeyduke's finest chocolate and a note in handwriting he didn't recognize. For the student who helped a first year find the charms classroom yesterday. Small kindnesses matter. There was no signature. "That's odd," Hermione said, looking up with interest. "Who sent it?" Harry shook his head, examining the note more carefully. The parchment was good quality, the handwriting elegant but not ostentatious. "No idea. I did help a first year yesterday. She was completely turned around on the 3rd floor, but I didn't think anyone noticed." "Someone always notices at Hogwarts," Hermione said, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. "The portraits, the ghosts, the other students. Nothing really goes unobserved in a castle this old." Ron reached for the chocolate. "Well, mysterious benefactor or not, are you going to eat this? Because if not..." Harry laughed and broke the bar into 3 pieces. "Help yourself. It's better shared anyway." The chocolate was excellent, smooth and rich, with that particular quality that only Honeydukes seem to manage. They ate in companionable silence for a moment, the sweetness a pleasant contrast to the evening's academic work. "You know," Hermione said slowly, "this isn't the first anonymous kindness I've heard about recently. Neville mentioned finding a bookmark in his herbology text that had helpful notes about gillyweed, and Lavender said someone left a spare quill on her desk when hers broke during potions. Maybe we've got a secret do-gooder in the castle," Ron suggested, "like a positive version of Peeves." "That would be nice," Harry said, tucking the note into his bag. Something about it felt important, though he couldn't quite articulate why. Hermione returned to her reading, but Harry noticed her gaze drifting to the shelves around them, as if the answer might be hiding among the thousands of volumes. The library had always been her natural habitat. She moved through it with the ease of someone who understood its rhythms and respected its rules. Even now, surrounded by books about creatures that could kill you in a dozen different ways, she looked perfectly content. Harry turned his attention back to his essay, but found his focus wandering. The library after dark had a different character than during the day. The shadows grew longer, pooling in corners and between shelves. The enchanted ceiling, not as grand as the great halls, but charmed to reflect the weather nonetheless, showed a deepening twilight scattered with clouds. A sound made him look up. From somewhere in the restricted section, he heard what might have been a book falling, or possibly just the building settling. Old castles made sounds, he knew. They breathed and shifted and spoke in creaks and whispers. "Did you hear that?" he asked quietly. Ron looked up from his doodling. "What?" "Thought I heard something from the restricted section." Hermione's quill paused. "The library is full of sounds. Books reshelf themselves, pages turn on their own, the cataloguing spells make adjustments. Madam Pince says it's all perfectly normal." "Right," Harry said, but he kept his attention on the shadowed aisles anyway. The evening stretched on. Other students came and went. A pair of Ravenclaws deep in animated discussion about arithmancy. A Hufflepuff who looked close to tears over her Ancient Runes translation. A 7th-year Slytherin who swept past their table without acknowledgement. Madam Pince maintained her vigilant patrol, occasionally swooping down on some unfortunate student who dog-eared a page or, horror of horrors, cracked a spine. Harry finished his essay and set it aside, feeling the particular satisfaction of completed work. Ron was still struggling with his transfiguration notes, shooting increasingly desperate looks at Hermione, who was determinedly ignoring him. "I could just accidentally leave my notes where you could see them," she said, finally, not looking up. "You're an angel, Hermione." "I'm an enabler, more like. But fine, just don't copy them word for word." While Ron gratefully consulted Hermione's neat handwriting, Harry stood and stretched. His legs had gone a bit numb from sitting, and he felt the urge to move, to explore. The library always rewarded wandering. You never knew what interesting volume might catch your eye. He drifted toward the restricted section, still well within the bounds of McGonagall's permission. The shelves here were older, the books bound in leather that had gone soft with age. Some of them whispered as he passed. Others seemed to watch him with a presence that had nothing to do with eyes. That's when he saw it. A bookmark sticking out of a volume titled Magical Bonds. A history of friendship and loyalty in wizarding society. It was simple, just a strip of parchment, really, but something about it drew his attention. He pulled the book from the shelf and opened it to the marked page. The bookmark bore initials in faded ink, E.M., and beneath that, in the same elegant handwriting as the note that had come with his chocolate. True friendship requires no magic, though magic may celebrate it. The page it marked contained a passage about the founding of Hogwarts, specifically about the friendship between the four founders before their eventual falling out. It spoke of loyalty and trust, of bonds that transcended disagreement, of the small daily choices that built lasting connections. Harry stood there, holding the book, feeling the weight of it in his hands. Someone had left this here, left it for someone to find, to read, to think about. "Harry," Hermione's voice came from behind him. "What did you find?" He showed her the bookmark, the initials, the notation. She took it carefully, examining it with the same focus she brought to any puzzle. "E.M.," she murmured. "Could be anyone. Could be from any time period, really. These older books don't always get borrowed regularly." "But look at the handwriting," Harry said. "It matches the note that came with the chocolate." Ron had joined them now, peering over Hermione's shoulder. "So our mysterious do-gooder likes to leave bookmarks in library books. That's actually kind of nice." "More than nice," Hermione said softly. "Look at the passage it's marking. This is about friendship during difficult times, about choosing loyalty even when it's hard." They stood together in the quiet aisle, the three of them, thinking about unsigned notes and anonymous kindnesses, and the strange magic of finding exactly what you needed when you needed it. "Should we tell Madame Pince?" Ron asked. "Tell her what?" Hermione countered. "That someone is leaving encouraging bookmarks in library books. I don't think she'd consider that a crime." Harry carefully placed the bookmark back where he'd found it and returned the book to its shelf. "Maybe we should leave it for the next person who needs it." "Or," Hermione said, a spark of excitement in her eyes, "we could look for more. If there's one bookmark, there might be others. We could map them, see if there's a pattern." "Here we go," Ron said, but he was smiling. "Another Hermione Granger investigation. Remember SPEW?" "This is nothing like SPEW," Hermione said with dignity. This is about understanding a positive mystery. And besides, don't you want to know who's doing this?" Harry did want to know. But more than that, he wanted to understand why. What motivated someone to leave these small encouragements scattered through the castle? What had happened to make them start? And why remain anonymous? They split up, moving through different sections of the library with Madame Pince's grudging permission. Research purposes only, and if I find one damaged book, one bent page. Was Ron who found the next one, tucked into a Quidditch strategy guide. This bookmark read, "Practice makes progress. Be patient with yourself." Hermione discovered another in a book about transfiguration theory. "Understanding takes time. Keep trying." Harry found a third in a volume of collected magical poetry. "Beauty exists in small moments. Don't miss them." Each bore the same initials, EM, and the same elegant handwriting. Each marked a passage that seemed deliberately chosen, thoughtfully placed. They weren't random. Someone had selected these books, these pages, these messages with intention and care. By the time Madame Pince began her pointed throat clearing that signaled the library's impending closure, they'd found 7 bookmarks in total. They sat back at their original table, comparing notes, trying to find a pattern. Different sections, Hermione observed, different subjects, but all of them positive, all of them encouraging, and all of them in books that students actually use, Ron added, not just dusty old tomes no one ever touches. Harry studied the bookmark he still held, the one about friendship. Whoever EM is, they know the library well. They know which books get borrowed, which sections students visit. Could be a student, Ron suggested. Upper year, maybe? Someone who's been here long enough to know the place. Or a ghost, Hermione said thoughtfully. Or a portrait subject who can move between frames. Or even a professor, though the handwriting doesn't match any I recognize. Could be a former student, Harry said. The idea had been forming in his mind, growing more solid. Someone who came to Hogwarts years ago, who found comfort in the library, and who wants to pass that comfort on. The library's lamps began to dim. Madame Pince's not-so-subtle final warning. Around them, the last few students gathered their belongings and headed for the exit. The shadows grew longer, deeper, more mysterious. "We should go," Hermione said, but she didn't move immediately. None of them did. There was something special about this moment. Sitting in the dimming library, surrounded by thousands of stories, having discovered a small mystery that harmed no one and helped many. Harry thought about the chocolate he'd received, the kindness of a stranger who'd noticed his small good deed. He thought about these bookmarks, scattered through the castle's collection, like seeds of encouragement. "You know what I think?" Ron said suddenly. "I think it doesn't matter who EM is or was. What matters is what they're doing, making people feel noticed, leaving bits of kindness for whoever needs them." Hermione smiled. "That's rather profound, Ron. I have my moments." They gathered their things in the gentle quiet, careful not to disturb the library's evening settling. As they passed Madame Pince's desk, Harry noticed her watching them, with an expression that might have been approval, though it was hard to tell in the dim light. Outside, the corridor was cool and smelled faintly of the pumpkin pasties that had been served at dinner. The torches flickered in their brackets, casting dancing shadows on the stone walls. A suit of armor stood sentinel at the corridor's end, and somewhere in the distance they could hear the faint sound of the Hogwarts choir practicing for the Halloween feast. "I want to do it," Hermione said suddenly. "Leave bookmarks, I mean. Continue what EM started." Ron looked skeptical. "You want to sign them EM?" "No, of course not. We'd use our own initials. Or maybe no initials at all. Just continue the tradition. Leave encouragement for people who might need it." Harry found himself nodding. "I like that. It feels right. Like passing something forward." "We'd need good parchment," Ron said, and Harry realized he was already on board with the plan. "And we'd have to think carefully about what to write. Can't just leave random quotes." "We'll make time for it," Hermione said. "Maybe once a week, we each create a bookmark and place it somewhere meaningful. Nothing too obvious. Just small kindnesses, like EM." They climbed the staircases toward Gryffindor Tower, their footsteps echoing in the empty corridors. The portraits they passed were mostly sleeping, though a few watched them with interest. The fat lady was awake when they reached her, looking pleased to have company. "Out late," she observed. "Library, was it?" "Research," Hermione confirmed, giving the password. "Ah, well, that's what libraries are for. That and hiding from the world when you need a moment's peace." The common room was nearly empty when they climbed through the portrait hole. Just a few seventh years studying by the fire, and a pair of second years playing a sleepy game of exploding snap in the corner. The room smelled of wood smoke and the faint sweetness of the pumpkin juice that someone had spilled earlier and not quite cleaned up properly. Their usual corner called to them, the chairs still warm from earlier occupants, the fire still crackling, the portrait beside the fireplace showing its autumn scene in deepening twilight. Harry noticed something new. The portrait's cottage, which had shown glowing windows last time they'd paid attention, now had a small figure visible in one of those windows. Someone reading by lamplight, their face peaceful and absorbed. "Look," he said quietly, pointing. They gathered around the portrait, watching the tiny painted figure turn a painted page. The scene was impossibly small, impossibly detailed, and impossibly comforting. Someone in their own small world, content with a book and a lamp and the safety of walls around them. "Do you think that's meant to be us?" Ron asked. "Sort of. Students reading, students learning, students finding peace in stories." "Maybe," Hermione said. "Or maybe it's just reminding us that those small quiet moments matter, that studying can be peaceful, that learning can be joy." Harry thought about the library they'd just left, about the bookmarks they'd found, about the chocolate and the anonymous kindness. He thought about EM, whoever they were, taking time to leave encouragement for strangers. He thought about how that made him feel, noticed, valued, part of something larger than himself. "I'm glad we found the bookmarks," he said. "I'm glad we're going to continue it." "Me too," Hermione agreed, settling into her usual spot on the sofa. Ron yawned hugely. "I'm glad we're done with homework for tonight. My brain feels like it's been through a confundus charm." They sat together for a while longer, watching the fire burn low, listening to the castle settle around them. The seventh years eventually packed up and headed for bed. The second year's exploding snap game ended with a small bang and scattered cards. The common room emptied until it was just the three of them, and the fire and the portrait with its peaceful reader. "We should make our first bookmarks tomorrow," Hermione said sleepily. "Get good parchment from the supply cupboard. Think about what messages would matter most." Nothing too sappy, Ron warned. Keep it practical. Encouraging, but not, you know, not mushily sentimental, Harry suggested. Exactly, Hermione smiled. We'll find the right balance. EM did. We can too. The fire crackled one final time, settling into embers that would burn until morning, keeping the common room warm through the October night. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the windows gently, but inside they were safe, comfortable, exactly where they belonged. Harry stood first, stretching. Bed then, before we all fall asleep right here. They climbed the stairs to their dormitories, calling quiet goodnights at the landing. Harry's last glimpse of the common room showed the portrait's cottage still glowing softly, the tiny figure still reading by lamplight, patient and peaceful and utterly content. In his dormitory, Harry changed quickly and slipped into bed. Through the window, he could see the grounds bathed in moonlight, the forbidden forest a dark presence at the edge of vision. Somewhere in the castle, books were reshelving themselves. Portraits were gossiping in their frames. House elves were preparing tomorrow's breakfast. And scattered through the library, 7 bookmarks waited for 7 different students to find them. Small kindnesses left by someone who'd understood that everyone needed encouragement sometimes. Everyone needed to know they were noticed, valued, worthy of care. Harry pulled his blankets close and thought about the bookmark they'd create tomorrow. What message would he choose? What would matter most to someone who found it months or years from now? Keep going, he thought. You're doing better than you think. Yes, that felt right. Outside, October whispered against the windows. Inside, the castle kept its vigil, holding all its students safe and warm. And somewhere between sleeping and waking, Harry smiled, grateful for mysteries that solved themselves with kindness, for friends who understood without words, for castles that remembered warmth and held it close. Tomorrow, they'd continue EM's tradition. Tonight, they'd rest. The fire burned low, but never dark, and 3 friends slept soundly, dreaming of bookmarks and chocolate and small acts of anonymous grace. The first frost arrived on a Tuesday morning in mid-November, transforming Hogwarts overnight into something out of a fairy tale. Harry woke to find elaborate ice crystals etched across the dormitory windows, delicate patterns that looked almost like written spells, frozen in mid-casting. The glass was cold enough that his breath fogged against it when he leaned close to examine the intricate designs. Outside, the grounds had gone silver and white. The grass crunched underfoot when students crossed between buildings, and the lake's surface had begun to freeze along its edges, trapping fallen leaves in crystalline suspension. Even the forbidden forest looked different, less threatening, perhaps, softened by the pale morning light filtering through frost-covered branches. But it was the evenings that truly belonged to November. The sun set absurdly early now, sometimes before dinner had even finished, and the darkness that followed felt thick and velvety, pressing against the castle's windows like something tangible. The house elves responded by multiplying the torches, keeping every corridor blazing with warm light, and the fireplaces throughout Hogwarts burned with renewed enthusiasm. Tonight, nearly 2 weeks after the frost's arrival, Harry sat in the Gryffindor common room, wrapped in a thick woolen blanket that Hermione had conjured when she'd noticed him shivering. Ron sprawled on the floor beside his chair, using another blanket as a cushion, working on what appeared to be divination homework. with all the enthusiasm of someone scrubbing cauldrons for detention. "I'm meant to predict the future based on tea leaves," Ron complained, "but all I can predict is that Trelawney will give me a tea and tell me I'm not opening my inner eye properly." "You could try actually drinking tea and reading the leaves," Hermione suggested from her position on the sofa, where she was knitting something that might become a hat. She'd been teaching herself the spell work required for enchanted knitting, needles that worked on their own once you set the pattern, and watching the needles click and dance in midair had become a familiar sight. "Or," Ron countered, "I could make something up like I always do, get the same mark either way, and save myself the trouble of choking down tea I don't even like." Harry smiled, but didn't contribute to the debate. They'd had this argument before, many times, and it always ended the same way. Ron would invent increasingly dramatic predictions, Hermione would insist on proper methodology, and Professor Trelawney would award marks based on criteria that seemed to shift with her mood and the phase of the moon. The common room had settled into its evening rhythm. A group of third years occupied one corner, supposedly studying transfiguration, but mostly gossiping about who'd asked whom to Hogsmeade. Two 6-year girls were practicing a complicated charm that made coloured lights dance between their wands. The Creevy brothers, Colin and Dennis, were examining a set of photographs spread across a table, arguing about proper exposure times. It was warm and comfortable, and exactly the kind of evening Harry had come to treasure. Nothing dramatic, nothing urgent, just the gentle companionship of housemates and friends, the crackle of fire, and the pleasant drowsiness that came from a long day of classes, followed by a satisfying dinner. The portrait beside the fireplace had continued its subtle transformations throughout October and into November. They'd been watching it carefully now, making mental notes of the changes. The summer scene had given way to autumn, which had deepened and darkened until the trees were bare and the cottage's chimney smoke came in thick, purposeful plumes. Just last night, Harry had noticed the first dusting of snow on the painted hills. Tonight, as he watched, a light appeared in one of the cottage's upper windows, then another in a different window. It reminded him of the Burrow somehow, the way the Weasleys' home looked from the outside on winter evenings, all golden squares of light against the gathering dark. "The portrait's changing again," he said quietly. Ron rolled over to look, abandoning his tea leaf predictions with obvious relief. Hermione set down her knitting, and the needles paused mid-stitch, hanging suspended in the air like they were waiting for her return. The three of them watched as more lights appeared in the painted cottage. Downstairs now, as if someone was moving through rooms, lighting lamps as they went. It was such a simple thing, such an ordinary domestic task, but rendered in paint, it became almost magical. A reminder that small rituals mattered, that the act of lighting lamps against the dark was its own kind of spell. "It's preparing for winter," Hermione observed. "Just like we are. The castle, I mean. Have you noticed how the blankets in the dormitories have gotten thicker? And there are extra warming charms on all the bathrooms now." "That's just house elf magic," Ron said, but there was wonder in his voice despite his casual tone. "They take care of everything, don't they? We never even have to ask." Hermione's expression went through several complicated shifts, her ongoing concern for house elf welfare warring with her appreciation for their skill. "They do," she said carefully. though I wish they'd accept wages for it. We could leave thank you notes, Harry suggested, in the common room. Just acknowledgement that we notice, that we appreciate it. Hermione's face brightened. That's actually a lovely idea. Not as good as proper compensation, but better than taking them for granted. They fell into comfortable silence again, watching the portrait complete its transformation. The cottage was fully lit now, every window glowing warm against what had become a properly snowy evening scene. Even the path to the door showed fresh footprints, as if someone had just come home. A soft hooting made Harry look up. Through one of the common room's windows, the one that faced the owlery, he could see a barn owl circling. It swooped lower, then appeared to give up on whatever it was hunting, and flapped away toward the forbidden forest. "Do you ever wonder what the castle looks like from outside?" Ron asked, following Harry's gaze. "I mean, we're always inside looking out. What would we see if we were down by the lake looking up?" "Lots of windows," Hermione said practically. "Towers, the great hall's lights. It probably looks rather magnificent, actually." "Hagrid's mentioned it," Harry said. "He says on cold nights like this, when all the fires are burning, Hogwarts looks like a constellation that fell to earth, stars trapped in stone." Ron grinned. "That's surprisingly poetic for Hagrid. He has his moments." The fire popped loudly, sending a shower of sparks up the chimney. One of the logs shifted, settling deeper into the grate, with a sound like a satisfied sigh. The third years had abandoned their transfiguration entirely and were now playing a half-hearted game of exploding snap. The sixth year's dancing lights had resolved into something resembling a tiny aurora borealis, shimmering between green and blue. Harry pulled his blanket tighter and let his mind drift. There was homework he should probably be doing. There was always homework. But tonight, the warmth and comfort felt more important. Sometimes, he thought, you needed these moments of simple peace. They recharged something in you that studying couldn't touch. A movement near the portrait hole caught his attention. A house elf. He thought it might be Dobby, but the elf vanished too quickly to be certain, appeared briefly, checked the fire with a professional eye, and disappeared again before anyone else seemed to notice. Harry thought about house elves moving through the castle at night, tending fires, straightening cushions, ensuring that students woke to warm rooms and hot water. An invisible network of care that made Hogwarts function. Hermione was right to think they deserved recognition, even if she was wrong about how to provide it. "We should write those thank you notes tonight," he said. "Before we forget." Hermione looked surprised, then pleased. "Really, you'll help?" "Course," Ron said, sitting up properly. "Not like I'm making progress on this divination rubbish anyway. Might as well do something useful." They gathered parchment and quills, settling around the low table near their chairs. The question was what to write, how to express gratitude without seeming patronizing, how to acknowledge work without making the elves feel self-conscious. "Keep it simple," Hermione suggested. "Just honest appreciation." Harry wrote, "Thank you for the warm blankets and the fires that never go cold. The castle feels like home because of you." Ron's was characteristically direct. "Cheers for everything. Seriously, you lot are brilliant." Hermione's took longer, going through several drafts before she settled on, "Your care makes Hogwarts magical in ways that have nothing to do with spells. Thank you for every kindness." They left the notes on the mantelpiece, weighted down with a few sickles. Hermione's compromise between paying wages and leaving the notes entirely unaccompanied. Whether the house elves would take the coins was uncertain, but at least the gesture was there. "Right," Ron said, stretching. "Now that we've done our good deed for the day, anyone fancy a game of chess?" Harry was about to respond when something on the table beside Ron caught his eye. A chess set he didn't recognize, the pieces carved from dark wood, the board inlaid with alternating squares of ebony and holly. It was beautiful work, clearly old, and it definitely hadn't been there earlier. "Where did that come from?" he asked. Ron turned to look, and his expression shifted to confusion. "No idea. It wasn't here 5 minutes ago." Hermione leaned forward, examining the set without touching it. "It's quite old. Look at the craftsmanship. Those pieces are hand-carved, probably individually, and the wood's been polished smooth from years of use." Ron reached out tentatively, picking up the White King. The piece sat in his palm, surprisingly heavy, warm from being near the fire. Is it safe to just play with random chess sets that appear out of nowhere?" "This is Hogwarts," Harry pointed out. "Random magical things happen all the time. Remember the singing teacups in the Great Hall last month?" "Those were peeves," Hermione said. "This feels different, more intentional." Ron had already begun setting up the pieces, unable to resist the pull of a good chess set. The pieces moved willingly, settling into their starting positions with little clicks against the board. The White Queen gave a tiny curtsy. The Black Knight's horses tossed their heads. "They're enchanted," Ron said, delight evident in his voice. "Properly enchanted, not just charmed to move. These pieces have personality." Harry pulled his chair closer. "Want to play?" "Do I want to play a mysterious, possibly cursed chess set that appeared out of nowhere?" Ron grinned. "Obviously, yes." Hermione sighed, but settled in to watch. "If you both get hexed, I'm telling Professor McGonagall it was your own fault." The game began normally enough. Ron played white, Harry black. The pieces moved across the board with fluid grace, the knights particularly enthusiastic about their jumping moves. Ron's strategy was as sharp as ever. He saw combinations 3 and 4 moves ahead, sacrificing pieces with the confidence of someone who knew exactly what they were doing. But as the game progressed, Harry noticed something odd. Whenever Ron made a particularly clever move, the pieces seemed to respond with what could only be described as approval. The White Queen nodded regally. The rooks straightened to attention. Even the pawns seemed to stand a bit taller. And when Ron made a mistake, leaving his bishop exposed, missing a defensive opportunity, the pieces grew still in a way that felt like disappointment. Not mocking, not cruel, but the kind of gentle correction a teacher might offer a promising student. "They're teaching you," Hermione said suddenly. "Look, every time Ron makes a strong move, they encourage him. When he overlooks something, they go quiet." Ron paused, his hand hovering over a knight. "You think?" "Try something," Harry suggested. "Make a move you know is weak and see what happens." Ron moved a pawn forward carelessly, leaving his king's flank exposed. The entire white army seemed to slump. The king actually shook his head. "Bloody hell," Ron breathed. "They're disappointed in me." He took the move back, the pieces allowing it without protest, and made a stronger choice instead. Immediately, the army perked up. A pawn actually saluted. They played 3 more games that evening, and each time the pattern held, the pieces responded to strategy, to clever thinking, to the kind of chess that required genuine skill. They were patient with mistakes, but clearly preferred excellence. And Ron, competitive as he was, rose to the challenge. "This is incredible," he said, after winning the third game, barely against Harry's improving defense. "It's like playing against someone who wants you to get better, not just to win, but to actually learn." "I wonder who they belong to," Hermione mused. "Someone who loved chess, someone who wanted to pass on their knowledge." Harry thought about the bookmarks in the library, about EM and their scattered encouragements. This felt similar, a gift left for whoever might need it, whenever they might need it. Teaching disguised as play, improvement hidden in entertainment. "Should we leave them out?" he asked. "For other people to use?" Ron's possessive instinct clearly warred with his better nature. The chess set had appeared for him. The pieces responded to him specifically. But keeping it hidden felt wrong somehow. Selfish. "Leave them," he decided. "But maybe with a note, so people know they're special, that they should pay attention to what the pieces are trying to teach." They crafted a small sign. "These pieces have wisdom to share. Play with attention and respect." They left it beside the board, and the White Queen bowed her approval. The common room had emptied considerably during their games. The third years had gone to bed. The sixth years had taken their light show elsewhere. Even the Creevy brothers had packed up their photographs and headed for the dormitories. It was just the three of them now, and the fire and the portrait showing its snow-covered cottage with every window glowing warm. "November's nearly half over," Hermione observed. "We'll be into December before we know it. Christmas approaching." "Your parents coming to visit?" Ron asked Harry. Harry shook his head. The Dursleys were not his parents, would never be his parents, but he'd long since stopped correcting the casual assumption. "Staying here for the holidays. You?" "Same," Ron said. "Mum and Dad are going to visit Charlie in Romania, some dragon thing. So Bill said he'd stay at Hogwarts with Ginny and me. Keep an eye on us." "I'm staying too," Hermione said. "My parents are taking a holiday to France, and I'd rather be here anyway. Hogwarts at Christmas is special. The prospect of spending the holidays together, of having the castle to themselves in that particular way that only happened during breaks, filled Harry with quiet happiness. The three of them, and Hogwarts, and all the time in the world to simply be. Ron yawned hugely, not bothering to cover his mouth. "Bed?" "Probably should," Harry agreed, though he was reluctant to leave the warmth of the fire. They stood, gathering their things. Hermione's knitting needles came to life again briefly, finishing the row they'd been working on before going still. Ron carefully set the chess pieces back in their starting positions, and the White Queen waved a tiny hand in farewell. Harry took one last look at the portrait. The cottage windows still glowed, but now he could see shadows moving inside, people settling in for the night, banking fires, drawing curtains. The scene was preparing for sleep just as they were. "Do you think it knows?" he asked quietly. "The portrait, I mean. Do you think it knows we're watching?" "Portraits are aware," Hermione said. "Even landscape portraits, even ones without obvious subjects. They have a kind of consciousness, limited but real." "Then maybe it's watching us too," Ron suggested, "making sure we're all right, like the castle does." It was a comforting thought, the idea that Hogwarts itself, in all its forms, kept watch over its students. Not intrusively, not obviously, but with the quiet care of walls that remembered warmth and floors that knew every footstep. They climbed the stairs to their respective dormitories. At the landing, Hermione paused. "Thank you," she said, "for the notes to the house elves, for taking it seriously." "It was a good idea," Harry said. "Yeah," Ron agreed. "And they deserve it, even if they won't take the sickles." In the boys' dormitory, Harry changed quickly. The room was warm, warmer than it had been even a week ago, as if the house elves had anticipated the dropping temperatures and adjusted accordingly. His bed had been turned down, the blankets fluffed, and there was a hot water bottle tucked at the foot that definitely hadn't been there that morning. Through the window, he could see the grounds bathed in moonlight. The frost caught the light and threw it back, making everything shimmer. The forbidden forest was a dark mass at the edge of vision, but even it seemed softened by the winter night. Harry slipped into bed, pulling the covers close. The hot water bottle radiated gentle heat, and the blankets had that perfect weight that came from just enough warmth without being stifling. He thought about the chess set and its patient teaching, about the portrait and its nightly preparations, about house elves moving through shadows, leaving warmth and comfort in their wake, about November's darkness met with November's fires, cold met with care, isolation met with community. Hogwarts took care of its students, sometimes, obviously, through teachers and classes and rules, but more often subtly, through the thousand small magics that made a school feel like home, through fires that never quite died, blankets that appeared when needed, chess sets that taught while they entertained. And the students took care of each other, through thank you notes and shared blankets and companionship that asked nothing but offered everything, through watching portraits together and learning from enchanted chess pieces, and simply being present when presence was what mattered most. Outside, November whispered against the windows. Inside, the castle breathed warmth into every corner. And somewhere between sleep and waking, Harry smiled, grateful for mysterious chess sets and patient portraits and friends who felt like family. The fire in the common room burned low, but never dark. The portrait's cottage settled into nighttime peace, and 3 friends slept soundly, dreaming of checkmates and kindness and castles that knew how to care. Tomorrow, there would be classes and homework and all the usual demands. But tonight, there was only warmth and safety and the profound comfort of being exactly where you belonged. The chess pieces stood silent on their board, waiting for the next student who needed their wisdom. The portrait dimmed its cottage lights, one window at a time, until only a single lamp remained burning in what might have been a bedroom. And Hogwarts kept its vigil, holding November's darkness at bay with November's fires, ensuring that every student woke warm and safe and ready for whatever tomorrow might bring. The castle remembered warmth. The castle held it close, and in holding it, shared it, freely and without condition, with everyone sheltered within its ancient walls. Snow fell on Hogwarts like a whispered secret. It had begun during breakfast, light flakes drifting past the great hall's enchanted ceiling, so gentle that at first Harry thought he might be imagining them. But by mid-morning, the fall had thickened into a proper snowstorm, blanketing the grounds in white and muffling all sound until the world outside the castle's windows seemed wrapped in cotton wool. Most students had left for the Christmas holidays. The Hogwarts Express had departed that morning, carrying its usual cargo of excited teenagers home to their families. The castle felt different now, emptier, certainly, but also somehow more intimate, as if Hogwarts itself relaxed when the corridors weren't packed with rushing students, when the noise level dropped to something approaching peaceful. Harry loved it. He stood at one of the common room's tall windows, watching snow pile against the glass. The grounds had transformed completely. The lake was frozen solid now, its surface hidden beneath fresh snow. The forbidden forest stood dark against all that white, its branches heavy with accumulation. Even the Quidditch pitch had vanished, marked only by the goalposts rising like skeletal fingers from the drifts. Behind him, the common room crackled with fire and comfortable conversation. Ron sprawled across the sofa, supposedly reading a book about famous chess matches, but mostly just staring at the flames. Hermione occupied her favorite armchair, knitting something that had begun as a scarf, but was threatening to become a blanket through sheer ambition and her inability to stop once she'd started a pattern. They had the common room entirely to themselves. The only other Gryffindors remaining for the holidays were a pair of first years who'd been homesick until the novelty of having the tower to themselves had cheered them considerably, and a seventh year who was using the quiet to study for NEWTs. All three had claimed one of the far corners, leaving the prime spot near the fire for the trio. "It's properly coming down now," Harry said, though the observation was unnecessary. They could all see the snow. "Hagrid said it might not stop until tomorrow," Ron replied, without looking away from the fire. "He's worried about the creatures in the forest, though I expect they know how to handle a bit of snow better than we do." Hermione's knitting needles clicked steadily. "The house elves will have prepared the castle for it. They always do. I wouldn't be surprised if the heating charms have been strengthened in every room." She was right, Harry realized. The common room felt warmer than usual, the kind of warmth that seeped into your bones and made you drowsy in the best possible way. Even the stones beneath his feet seemed to radiate gentle heat. A house elf, definitely Dobby this time, recognizable by the truly spectacular assortment of hats he wore, appeared near the portrait hole with a soft pop. He carried a tray laden with mugs and a steaming teapot, along with a plate of what looked like fresh gingerbread. "Dobby is thinking," the elf said cheerfully, "that Harry Potter and his friends might like hot chocolate on such a snowy day. And gingerbread. The kitchens is making gingerbread because Christmas is coming, and gingerbread is proper festive." "Dobby, you're a legend," Ron said, sitting up with interest. Dobby beamed, setting the tray on their usual table with careful precision. "Dobby is happy to help Harry Potter's Wheezy. And Miss Granger too, of course." Hermione opened her mouth, probably to correct the names again, though she'd long since given up making it stick, but closed it with a smile instead. "Thank you, Dobby. This is exactly what we needed." The elf bowed so deeply his nose nearly touched his knees, then vanished with another pop. The tray remained, the hot chocolate sending up delicate spirals of steam that smelled of cocoa and cinnamon and something else, something indefinably festive. They gathered around the tray like it was treasure. The hot chocolate was perfect, rich and sweet without being cloying, hot enough to warm but not to burn. The gingerbread was still soft from the oven, spiced with ginger and cloves, and that particular magic that only house elf cooking seemed to achieve. "This is brilliant," Ron said through a mouthful of gingerbread. "This is exactly what December should be. Snow, fire, hot chocolate, and absolutely no homework." "We have homework," Hermione reminded him. "We have time to do homework," Ron corrected. "Which means we don't have to do it right now. Entirely different thing." Harry smiled and settled back into his chair, cradling his mug between his palms. The warmth spread through his fingers, up his arms, into his chest. Outside, the snow continued its quiet fall. Inside, the fire crackled and Hermione's needles clicked, and Ron hummed tunelessly to himself. This, Harry thought, was what the Dursleys had never understood. Not the magic. They'd been afraid of that, hostile to it. But this, the simple comfort of being somewhere you belonged, with people who wanted you there, doing nothing in particular and everything that mattered. The portrait beside the fireplace had continued its seasonal transformation. The cottage was deep in snow now, drifts piled against its walls, icicles hanging from the eaves. But every window glowed warm, and smoke poured from the chimney in thick, cozy plumes. Someone had hung a wreath on the door. Harry was certain it hadn't been there yesterday. And what might have been candles flickered in the windows. "The portrait's getting ready for Christmas too," he observed. Hermione looked up from her knitting. "I've been thinking about that portrait, about all the changes we've seen since September. I think it might be reflecting us." "What do you mean?" Ron asked. "The cottage always shows what we need to see," Hermione explained, her needles slowing as she worked through the thought. "When we were settling back into term, it showed late summer turning to autumn. That transition, that feeling of coming home. When October arrived and we were finding our rhythm, it showed harvest and preparation. In November, when things got colder and darker, it showed warmth and light against the shadows. And now it's showing Christmas," Harry finished, "because that's what we're preparing for." "Exactly. It's not just a seasonal portrait. It's a mirror of sorts, reflecting our experience of the castle back to us, reminding us that Hogwarts changes with us, that it's alive in ways we don't always recognize." Ron studied the portrait with new interest. "So it knows we're here, knows what we need." "I think the whole castle knows," Hermione said softly. "The portraits, the suits of armor, even the stones themselves. They remember every student who's passed through, and they respond to us. Not obviously, not in ways that demand attention, but constantly, quietly, with care." They sat with that thought for a while. Harry found it comforting rather than unsettling. The idea that Hogwarts itself was watching over them, adjusting to their needs, ensuring they had what they required before they even knew to ask. A soft hooting drew his attention to the window. An owl had landed on the sill outside, snow dusting its feathers. Something clutched in its talons. Harry recognized it as one of the school's post owls, though he couldn't have said which one specifically. He stood and opened the window, letting in a gust of cold air that made the fire flare bright. The owl hopped inside, shook itself vigorously, sending snow everywhere, and dropped an envelope on the table before departing back into the storm. The envelope was addressed in handwriting Harry didn't recognize, to a friend. "Another one," Ron said, leaning forward with interest. They'd been finding these periodically, since the bookmarks in the library, anonymous notes and small gifts left for no apparent reason, other than kindness. A quill that wrote particularly smoothly, delivered to Hermione after hers had broken. A package of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans that appeared in Ron's dormitory, with a note saying someone had noticed he always gave away the good flavors. A bookmark for Harry with a quote about courage that had appeared in his Transfiguration textbook. This envelope was different, though, heavier, more formal. Harry opened it carefully. Inside was a piece of thick parchment, expensive quality, with writing in that same elegant hand they'd seen on the library bookmarks. Dear students, remaining for the holidays, Hogwarts at Christmas is special. Quieter, perhaps, but no less magical for it. In fact, the silence allows you to hear things usually hidden beneath noise. The castle breathing, the portraits gossiping, the house elves singing in the kitchens. This year, those of you who've stayed will find small surprises scattered throughout your days. Not grand gestures, but gentle reminders that you are noticed, valued, and home. Pay attention. The castle has much to teach those willing to listen. With warmth, a friend of Hogwarts. There was no signature, no identifying mark beyond that phrase. A friend of Hogwarts. It's like EM, Hermione breathed, but different, broader. Not just library bookmarks, but everything. Someone who knows the castle really well, Ron said. Someone who can move through it, leave things, arrange surprises. That's not a student. Could be a ghost. Or a professor, Harry suggested. Or someone in the portraits who can move between frames. Hermione shook her head slowly. I don't think it matters who they are. What matters is what they're doing. Making sure students who stay for holidays, students who might not have happy homes to return to, know they're not alone, that Hogwarts itself is looking after them. Harry read the note again, something warm settling in his chest. You are noticed, valued, and home. 3 simple statements that somehow meant everything, especially that last one. Home. The Dursleys' house had never been home. It had been a place he was forced to stay, a building full of people who resented his existence. But Hogwarts was different. Hogwarts wanted him, welcomed him, made space for him not just physically, but emotionally. We should explore, he said suddenly. If there are surprises hidden around the castle, we should go looking for them. Ron grinned. Now you're talking. Proper adventure. Where should we start? The Great Hall, Hermione suggested, already setting aside her knitting. If they're decorating for Christmas, there might be something there, and we can check in with the other students, make sure they saw the note too. They bundled into their warmest robes, Harry's slightly too short in the sleeves, Ron's slightly too long, Hermione's precisely fitted because of course they were, and headed for the portrait hole. The fat lady was dozing in her frame, wrapped in what looked like a painted fur stole. Off exploring, are we? She murmured, without fully opening her eyes. Do be careful on the staircases. They're feeling playful with so few students about. The corridor outside was indeed quiet, their footsteps echoing against stone in ways that never happened during term. The torches burned bright, casting dancing shadows, and somewhere in the distance they could hear what might have been singing. Probably the suits of armor, who got musical when they thought no one important was listening. The castle felt different during the holidays. More itself, perhaps. Less a school and more a home, with all the comfortable eccentricity that implied. A portrait of a medieval knight waved as they passed, A suit of armor shifted its stance to let them by more easily. The stone beneath their feet was warm despite the cold outside. They descended the grand staircase, which behaved itself admirably, only shifting once and then helpfully, and emerged into the entrance hall. The massive Christmas tree had been erected already, standing at least 20 feet tall, though it wasn't decorated yet. Pine scent filled the air, mixing with something that might have been cinnamon from the Great Hall. The doors to the Great Hall stood open, and they could see the house tables lined up as usual, but the enchanted ceiling showed the snow falling outside in perfect detail. It was beautiful, all that white against the dark sky, lit by invisible moonlight since the storm blocked the actual stars. Professor McGonagall stood near the teacher's table, directing the decoration with the same precision she brought to Transfiguration. Garland was draping itself along the walls at her direction, and enchanted baubles were sorting themselves by color, waiting to be hung. "Ah, Potter, Weasley, Granger," she said, spotting them. "Come to help with decorations." "We could," Hermione offered, "if you need assistance." McGonagall's expression softened in that particular way it did when she was pleased, but trying not to show it. "That would be most welcome. We have fewer staff remaining this year, and the house elves are busy with preparations for Christmas dinner." They spent the next hour helping transform the Great Hall. Harry discovered he had a talent for levitating baubles to precisely the right height. Ron's long arms made him ideal for reaching high branches on the tree. Hermione organized the color scheme with the same dedication she brought to scheduling homework. Other students drifted in to help. The 2 Gryffindor first years, a Hufflepuff third year, a Ravenclaw sixth year, who turned out to have remarkable artistic vision for garland placement. Even the Slytherin table got representation when a quiet 5th year arrived and began charming icicles to hang from the rafters without being asked. It was companionable work, the kind that didn't require much conversation but built connection anyway. McGonagall supervised with minimal intervention, occasionally offering direction, but mostly letting them figure it out themselves. And slowly, beautifully, the Great Hall transformed. The tree acquired lights that sparkled like captured stars. The garland wove itself into intricate patterns along the walls. The enchanted icicles caught the light and threw it back in rainbow fragments. Even the house tables seemed to shine more brightly, as if pleased with the attention. "Magnificent," McGonagall said finally, surveying their work with satisfaction. "Quite magnificent indeed. Hogwarts at Christmas is always special, but this year—" She paused, and Harry could have sworn he saw actual emotion cross her usually stern features. "This year feels particularly important. Thank you all." They dispersed slowly, tired but satisfied. The Ravenclaw started a conversation with the Hufflepuff about optimal spell-casting techniques for light charms. The Slytherin actually smiled, briefly but genuinely, when one of the first years complimented her icicle work. Harry, Ron, and Hermione made their way back toward Gryffindor Tower, the castle settling into evening quiet around them. The torches had dimmed slightly, creating pools of shadow between patches of warm light. Snow continued falling outside the windows, visible in the torch glow. "That was good," Ron said. "Really good. Making the hall beautiful like that." "It felt important," Hermione agreed. "Like we were taking care of the castle, the way it takes care of us." Harry thought about the note from their friend of Hogwarts, about surprises and being noticed and home, about the way the castle had felt tonight. Not just a building, but a living thing, responding to their care with its own warmth. The common room was exactly as they'd left it. Fire still burning, hot chocolate still warm despite the hours that had passed. Magic, Harry supposed, or house elf efficiency, or both. They settled back into their spots, tired now, but contentedly so. The portrait showed its cottage deep in peaceful snow, every window glowing, smoke rising straight up in the still air. It looked like a promise. That warmth existed, even in the coldest season. That light persisted against the dark. "Do you think we'll find more surprises?" Ron asked, yawning. "Probably," Harry said. "But I think we already found the most important one." "What's that?" Harry gestured around the common room, at the fire and the warmth and the comfortable chairs, at his friends sitting close, at the portrait keeping its gentle watch, at the castle holding them all safe while the snow fell outside. "This," he said simply. "Being here, together. That's the surprise. That's the gift." Hermione smiled, her knitting needles resuming their steady rhythm. Ron nodded, understanding without need for further explanation. Outside, December whispered against the windows. Inside, the castle breathed warmth into every corner, and three friends sat together in comfortable silence, grateful for snow and fire and the profound comfort of being exactly where they belonged. The portrait's cottage settled deeper into its painted snow. The fire burned low, but never dark, and somewhere in the castle's ancient stones, magic hummed contentedly, pleased with students who understood what mattered most. The new term arrived with a peculiar quietness. January had always felt like that to Harry, a month of fresh starts that somehow carried the weight of winter's deepest cold. The holidays were over. The castle had filled with returning students, and yet something about the early darkness and the frost-brittle air made everything feel suspended, caught between celebration past and spring still distant. He sat in the library on a Tuesday evening, 2 weeks into term, listening to rain drum against the high windows. Not snow this time. January had brought a thaw, melting the picturesque drifts into grey slush, but cold rain that fell steadily and turned the grounds into a study in monochrome. Grey sky, grey stone, grey water pooling in the courtyard. The library smelled different after rain. Harry had noticed this over the years, but never quite understood it. Something about the way moisture affected old parchment and leather bindings, mixing with the ever-present scent of wood polish and the faint mustiness that came from books that had sat untouched for decades. It smelled like knowledge, somehow, like secrets waiting to be discovered. Hermione had explained it once, something about humidity and the chemical compounds in aging paper. But Harry preferred the mystery to the science. Some things were better unexplained. Ron sprawled across from him, supposedly working on an essay for Professor Binns, but mostly just staring at his parchment with the glazed expression of someone who'd lost the will to conjugate dates. Hermione occupied the chair to Harry's left, surrounded by her usual fortress of reference books, quill moving in steady rhythm as she compiled notes for their upcoming Defense Against the Dark Arts exam. The routine of it all was comforting. After the excitement of the holidays, the decorating, the feast, the lazy days of nothing but chess and conversation, getting back to regular schedules had felt almost grounding. classes to attend, homework to complete, the familiar rhythm of Hogwarts life reasserting itself. "I've forgotten how to care about goblin rebellions," Ron announced to no one in particular. "Is that bad? Should I be concerned about my lack of concern?" "You never cared about goblin rebellions," Hermione said without looking up. "Your indifference is historically consistent." "That's actually reassuring. Nice to know I'm reliably unreliable." Harry smiled, but kept his attention on his own work, an essay about the properties of moonstone in potion making that was due tomorrow, and still 2 inches short of Snape's required length. He could pad it with unnecessary description, but Snape had a talent for detecting filler, and an even greater talent for making his displeasure known. The rain intensified, hammering against the windows now with real force. Somewhere in the library's depths, Madame Pince was humming, unusual enough that Harry paused to listen. It was a tune he didn't recognize, something old and slightly melancholy, but not unpleasant. "Do you smell that?" Hermione asked suddenly. Harry inhaled. Beyond the usual library scents, there was something else. Something warm and sweet and completely unexpected, like his aunt's kitchen after she'd been baking, but warmer somehow, more welcoming. "Treacle tart," he said, recognizing it immediately. "Mum's stew," Ron said at almost the same moment. "Fresh parchment and my father's study," Hermione added, her voice soft with surprise. They looked at each other, confused but not alarmed. This was Hogwarts after all. Strange things happened with such regularity that panic seemed wasteful. "It's coming from that section," Hermione said, pointing toward the shelves near the restricted section, the area they'd explored back in October when they'd found the bookmarks. They abandoned their work without discussion, drawn by curiosity and the inexplicable comfort of smelling things that meant home. The scent grew stronger as they approached, and Harry realized it was changing, shifting to match whoever was closest. When he led, he smelled treacle tart and freshly cut grass and something that might have been his mother's perfume, though he had no way of knowing if that was accurate or just wishful thinking. When Ron took point, the air filled with Mrs. Weasley's cooking and wood smoke from the Burrows' kitchen. When Hermione moved ahead, the scent shifted to books and tea, and something floral that made her smile with recognition. "It's this section," Ron said, running his hand along a shelf of older volumes. "The smell is strongest right here." Hermione pulled a book at random, a thick tome about household charms, and opened it carefully. The scent intensified immediately. Not just one smell now, but layers of them, a whole symphony of comfort wrapped in the pages. "It's a charm," she breathed. "An old one, I think, designed to make the library feel safe, to remind students of home when they're far from it." "Why haven't we noticed before?" Harry asked. "Maybe we weren't paying attention," Hermione suggested. "Or maybe it only activates during certain times. January is when homesickness hits hardest, after the holidays, when you've just left family and the term stretches long ahead." Ron inhaled deeply, his eyes closing. "It smells exactly like the burrow. Exactly. How does it know?" "Memory magic," Hermione said, already flipping through the book's pages. "It must read what we associate with safety and comfort, then replicates those scents. Brilliant bit of spell work, really. Probably Ravenclaw. They're good with this sort of subtle enchantment." Harry breathed in treacle tart and grass, and that indefinable something that might have been love rendered as scent. It made his chest ache. but in a good way, the kind of ache that came from recognizing something precious. "Madam Pince knows about this," he said. It wasn't a question. "Of course she does," Hermione replied. "Probably has to maintain the charm, but she doesn't advertise it. Some magic works better when it's discovered, rather than announced." They stood together in the scented silence, letting the library offer its comfort. Rain continued outside, steady and cold, but here among the books, surrounded by the smell of home and safety and love, the weather didn't matter. Eventually, they returned to their table, though Harry noticed they'd each selected a different book from that charmed section to bring with them. Ron had something about famous chess matches. Hermione had claimed a volume on the history of magical libraries. Harry carried a collection of essays about defensive magic, though he suspected he'd chosen it more for the comfort it radiated than for its actual content. "This is why I love this place," Ron said, settling back into his chair. "Just when you think you know everything about Hogwarts, it shows you something new, something that makes you feel, I don't know, cared for." "The castle takes care of its students," Hermione agreed. "We've been learning that all year, haven't we? The portrait that changes with the seasons, the chess set that teaches while you play, the bookmarks in the library, and now this sense that remind us we're home even when we're far from where we started." Harry thought about the year they'd had so far. September's settling in, October's mysteries, November's warmth against the darkness, December's holiday magic, and now January, showing them that even the hardest, coldest month held comfort if you knew where to look. "Someone designed all of this," he said. "Not just the big things, the classes and rules and castle structure, but these small magics, these gentle touches that make students feel safe. The founders, maybe," Hermione suggested, "or generations of teachers who loved this place and wanted to make it better. Magic accumulates, you know. Every spell cast with good intention leaves a trace. Over 1,000 years, those traces add up." They worked in companionable silence for a while, the library's gentle magic wrapping around them like a blanket. Harry found his essay flowing more easily now, the words coming without struggle. Ron actually made progress on his goblin rebellions, though whether that was the magic or just renewed focus was unclear. Hermione compiled her notes with quiet satisfaction, occasionally reading interesting passages aloud for their benefit. The rain began to ease as evening deepened into night. Other students came and went, a group of Ravenclaws arguing about transfiguration theory, a Hufflepuff frantically finishing what looked like potions homework, a Slytherin who nodded politely in their direction before disappearing into the stacks. Madam Pince made her rounds, her earlier humming replaced by attentive silence. But when she passed their table, Harry caught the briefest smile on her usually stern face. She knew what they'd discovered. She approved. "I think we should tell people," Hermione said suddenly, "about the scented section. Not announce it broadly, but if we notice someone struggling with homesickness, we could mention it. Let them discover it for themselves, but give them a push in the right direction." "Like the friend of Hogwarts does," Ron said, understanding immediately. "Small helps, gentle guidance." "Exactly." Harry nodded agreement. It felt right, continuing the pattern they'd noticed all year, the way Hogwarts took care of its own through quiet magic and careful attention. They could be part of that. They could help. The library began its evening wind-down, Madame Pince's subtle signals growing less subtle, lamps dimming slightly, the temperature dropping a fraction, the sense that the books themselves were settling for sleep. They gathered their things, careful to return the borrowed volumes to their proper places. Harry took one last deep breath near the charmed section, filling his lungs with treacle tart and grass and memory. The walk back to Gryffindor Tower was quiet, their footsteps echoing in empty corridors. The castle had settled into its nighttime rhythm, portraits dozing in their frames, suits of armor standing silent guard, the occasional ghost drifting past on mysterious errands. The fat lady was awake when they arrived, looking pleased to have company. "Good evening," she said warmly. "Did you have a productive study session?" "Very productive," Hermione confirmed, giving the password. "Excellent, excellent. Nothing like a good library visit to settle the mind." The common room was busier than the library had been. Students scattered across chairs and tables, some working, some just talking. The comfortable chaos of Gryffindor at rest. The fire crackled enthusiastically, and someone had left a plate of biscuits on the mantelpiece that were being steadily depleted. Their corner was occupied by a pair of fifth years, but the girls looked up as they approached and immediately began gathering their things. "Sorry," one said. "We know this is sort of your spot. We can move." "You don't have to," Harry said, surprised. "We don't mind," the other fifth year added. "Besides, you three always look so content here, like you belong. It's nice to see." They left before Harry could formulate a response, claiming chairs on the other side of the room with their books and parchment. Ron looked bemused, Hermione thoughtful, but neither commented. They settled into their usual positions, Harry in his favorite armchair, Ron sprawled on the floor with cushions, Hermione curled on the sofa with a blanket. The portrait beside the fireplace showed its cottage in deep winter stillness, frost on the windows, but smoke rising steadily from the chimney and warm light in every window. "I've been thinking," Hermione said, her knitting needles beginning their familiar rhythm, "about what makes a place feel like home." "Food," Ron said immediately. "Definitely food." Hermione smiled. "Beyond food, I think it's about recognition, being seen. Hogwarts sees us, through its portraits and books and charms, through teachers who notice when we're struggling and house elves who ensure we're comfortable. It pays attention. And we pay attention back," Harry added. "We notice the castle's magic. We appreciate it. We try to care for it the way it cares for us." "Exactly. It's reciprocal. Home isn't just a place that shelters you. It's a place that knows you, and that you know in return. A place where you're recognized, and where you recognize." Ron reached up to snag a biscuit from the plate that had migrated to their table. "Deep thoughts for a Tuesday evening." "January thoughts," Hermione corrected. "The month when everything feels still and quiet, and you have time to actually think about things." They sat in comfortable silence, watching the fire burn. Around them, the common room carried on its evening business, conversations rising and falling, quills scratching parchment, the occasional burst of laughter. But here in their corner, wrapped in firelight and familiar company, time seemed to slow. Harry thought about the year's progression, how each month had taught them something new about Hogwarts, revealed another layer of the castle's care. He wondered what February would bring, what March might show them. The thought was pleasant rather than anxious, anticipation without worry. The portrait caught his eye. The cottage's door had opened. He was certain it had been closed a moment ago, and a small, painted figure stood in the doorway, looking out at the winter landscape. Not leaving, just looking, observing, taking in the quiet beauty of a cold, still evening. "The portrait's changing again," he said softly. Ron and Hermione looked. They watched as the tiny figure, impossible to make out details at this scale, just a suggestion of a person, stood in the doorway for a long moment, then stepped back inside. The door closed. The cottage returned to its peaceful solitude, warm and safe, and exactly where it belonged. "It's us," Hermione whispered, looking out at the world but always coming back, always choosing to return to warmth and safety. "Always coming home," Harry agreed. The fire settled lower, embers glowing. Around them, students began drifting toward dormitories, the common room slowly emptying. But the trio remained, reluctant to end the evening, content to sit in the gentle quiet. Ron yawned eventually, breaking the spell. "Bed?" "Probably should," Harry agreed, though he didn't move immediately. They stood, stretching, gathering the odds and ends they'd scattered across their corner. Hermione folded her blanket neatly. Ron collected the biscuit plate, empty now, to return to the mantelpiece. Harry took one last look at the portrait, at the cottage settled into its winter stillness. "Thank you," he said quietly, not quite sure who he was thanking. The portrait, the castle, the magic that held everything together. All of them, perhaps. Everything that made Hogwarts home. They climbed to their dormitories, calling quiet goodnights at the landing. Harry's room was warm when he entered, the curtains around his bed drawn back to show the nighttime grounds beyond the window. Rain had stopped completely now, leaving the world washed clean and still. He changed quickly and slipped under covers that were exactly the right weight, exactly the right warmth. Through the window, he could see a few stars breaking through the clouds. January stars, cold and clear and distant. But here, in this room, in this tower, in this castle, everything was close and warm and safe. The library's scent charm had reminded him of home. But lying here in the darkness, Harry realized something important. He wasn't being reminded of home because he was far from it. He was home. This was it. This castle, these friends, these quiet evenings by the fire. This was what he'd been searching for, without knowing it. Not a place that reminded him of safety, but a place that was safety. Not memories of love, but love itself, present and real, and surrounding him on all sides. Outside, January whispered against the windows. Inside, the castle breathed warmth into every corner. And somewhere between sleeping and waking, Harry smiled, grateful for libraries that smelled like comfort, for portraits that understood, for friends who felt like family. The castle remembered warmth. The castle held it close. And Harry finally, completely, understood that he was part of that warmth now, part of what made Hogwarts home for others, just as they made it home for him. February arrived with unexpected warmth. Not physical warmth. The castle remained cold, the ground still frost-hard in the mornings. But something else. An atmosphere of connection that seemed to permeate Hogwarts' very stones. Perhaps it was the approaching Valentine's Day, though Harry suspected it had more to do with the way winter's deepest cold made people draw closer together, seeking warmth in companionship. The common room had become a gathering place in ways it hadn't been earlier in the year, where September had seen students scattered throughout the castle, and October had found them busy with individual pursuits. February brought everyone together. Study groups formed organically around the fire. Younger students sought help from older ones with increasing confidence. Even the normally territorial seventh years had relaxed their claim on the best chairs, making space for whoever needed it. Harry sat in his usual spot on a Friday evening, but tonight he wasn't alone with just Ron and Hermione. Neville had joined them, working on herbology notes with Hermione's patient assistants. Seamus and Dean occupied the floor nearby, arguing cheerfully about whether the Chudley Cannons had any hope of improvement next season. Lavender and Parvati had claimed the sofa, ostensibly studying divination, but mostly giggling over predictions they were inventing. The fire burned brighter than usual, or perhaps it just seemed that way because of all the people gathered around it. Heat radiated not just from the flames, but from the press of bodies, the warmth of conversation, the gentle friction of friendly debate. "I still don't understand how you keep your devil's snare notes so organized," Neville was saying to Hermione, his usual nervous stammer less pronounced than Harry remembered. "Mine are all over the place." "Color coding," Hermione explained, showing him her careful system. "Green for plant properties, blue for care instructions, red for dangers, and I always write the date at the top so I can track what Professor Sprout covered when." "That's brilliant," Neville said, and he meant it. Would you mind if I copied your system?" "Of course not. Actually, here." Hermione pulled out a spare bit of parchment and began sketching out her organizational method. Neville, watching with the intense focus he usually reserved only for plants. Ron caught Harry's eye and smiled. Hermione had been helping Neville more this term, ever since she'd noticed his confidence improving in herbology but faltering elsewhere. It was the kind of quiet support she excelled at, practical, non-judgmental, genuinely useful. "Harry, mate," Seamus called over, "settle this for us. Do the Cannons have any shot at all, or is Dean right that they're hopeless?" "They're definitely hopeless," Harry said, grinning at Ron's immediate protest. "But that doesn't mean you can't support them." "Loyalty in the face of certain defeat," Dean said solemnly. "That's true Gryffindor spirit." "Or stupidity," Ron muttered. But he was smiling. "Fine, they're rubbish, but they're our rubbish." The conversation flowed easily from there. Quidditch giving way to classes, giving way to speculation about what the house elves would serve for Valentine's dinner. Someone mentioned the upcoming Hogsmeade visit, and suddenly half the room was planning who would go where and with whom. Harry let it wash over him, content to observe. This was different from the quiet evenings he'd come to treasure, louder, more chaotic, less contemplative, but good in its own way. The common room felt alive, pulsing with the energy of people who genuinely enjoyed each other's company. "Room for more?" Harry looked up to find Ginny standing there, along with Colin Creevey, and a third-year Harry recognized from Quidditch practice. He shifted over immediately, making space. "Always," he said, and meant it. They squeezed in, Ginny settling on the arm of Harry's chair with comfortable familiarity. Colin had his ever-present camera, though he wasn't taking pictures, just holding it like a talisman. The third year looked nervous about joining the older students, but relaxed when Dean immediately included him in the Quidditch discussion. The fire popped loudly, sending sparks up the chimney. and the portrait beside it seemed to glow in response. Harry glanced at it and caught his breath. The cottage was different tonight. The windows still glowed warm, the chimney still puffed steady smoke, but the door stood open, and through that open door, tiny painted figures were visible, not leaving, but gathering, people coming together, drawn by light and warmth and company. "Look," he said quietly to Ron and Hermione, nodding toward the portrait. They looked. Hermione's expression softened immediately. "It's reflecting us again, all of us, together." "The castle likes this," Ron observed. "You can feel it, can't you? The way everything feels, I don't know. More solid somehow. More real." Harry understood what he meant. Hogwarts did feel different tonight, more present, more attentive, as if the castle itself was leaning in, pleased with what it saw. The evening continued, conversations overlapping and shifting. At some point, someone produced a pack of exploding snap cards. Someone else conjured extra cushions for people sitting on the floor. Lavender shared around a bag of sugar quills from Honeydukes, and they disappeared in minutes. "This is nice," Ginny said, speaking quietly enough that only Harry could hear. "Everyone just being together. No drama, no worry, just this." "Yeah," Harry agreed. "It is." She nudged him with her elbow. "You're different this year. More relaxed. Like you finally figured out that you're allowed to just exist without everything being a crisis." Had he figured that out? Harry considered it. Maybe he had, slowly, through the accumulation of quiet evenings and small discoveries. Through learning that Hogwarts held magic beyond the dramatic, that safety could be gentle rather than fought for, that home was built from moments like these, unremarkable and precious. "I think Hogwarts taught me," he said finally, "how to just be here, be present." Ginny smiled. "Good, you deserve that." The conversation had shifted to stories now. Seamus recounting a disastrous potions experiment, Dean sharing a tale about his Muggle school days, Parvati describing her sister's letters from Ravenclaw Tower with dramatic flair. Laughter rippled through the group, genuine and unforced. Harry noticed the portrait again. The painted figures had multiplied, more people gathering in the cottage, drawn by whatever celebration was happening inside. The scene was too small to make out details, but the warmth was palpable even in paint. "It's like us," Neville said, following Harry's gaze, "all squeezed in together, making room for everyone." "That's what makes it home," Hermione said softly. "Not just the building, but the people, the way we make space for each other." The fire seemed to burn even brighter in response, as if the castle itself was affirming the observation. Heat radiated in waves now, enough that people began shedding their outer robes, getting comfortable, settling in for a long evening. Someone suggested hot chocolate, and 3 people volunteered to fetch it from the kitchens before Hermione could point out that asking the house elves directly was more efficient. They returned 15 minutes later with not just hot chocolate, but fresh biscuits, still warm, and the rich smell filled the common room with sweetness. "The house elves knew we were all together," one of the volunteers reported. "They seemed really happy about it. Sent extra biscuits specifically because..." She consulted a note written in shaky handwriting. "Students who share warmth deserve sharing treats." Ron accepted his mug with reverence. "The house elves are philosophers, and we've been sleeping on it." "They understand community," Hermione said, wrapping her hands around her own mug. "They've been building it in the kitchens for centuries, They know what makes people feel connected. The hot chocolate was perfect, rich and sweet, and exactly the right temperature. Harry sipped slowly, watching his housemates talk and laugh and simply be together. He thought about how much had changed since September, how these same people had existed in the same tower, but somehow separate, like planets orbiting independently. Now they were a constellation, connected by invisible lines of friendship and shared experience and the simple choice to make room for each other. "Harry," Colin said suddenly, "can I ask you something?" "Sure." "How do you know when you've found your people? Like, really found them?" It was a more profound question than Harry had expected from Colin, who usually stuck to enthusiasm and hero worship. He considered it carefully. "I think," he said slowly, "it's when being together feels easier than being apart. When you can be quiet and it's comfortable instead of awkward. When you trust that they'll make space for you without you having to fight for it." Colin nodded thoughtfully. "Like this? Like tonight?" "Yeah, exactly like tonight." The evening wore on, time losing its urgency. People came and went, heading to the library for forgotten books, visiting the bathroom, stretching legs in the corridors. But the core group remained. The fire burned steadily. The portrait glowed warm, and the common room held them all with gentle certainty. Eventually, talk turned to memories, stories from earlier years, shared experiences that made some laugh and others groan. The time Seamus had accidentally set his eyebrows on fire. The time Neville's remembrall had rolled under Snape's desk. The time Harry had caught the snitch in his mouth and nearly choked on it. "Remember first year?" Lavender said. "We were all so scared of everything. The moving staircases, the ghosts, even the portraits." "Speak for yourself," Dean said. "I thought the portraits were brilliant from day one." "You screamed when the fat lady asked for the password," Seamus reminded him. "That was surprise, not fear, completely different." More laughter, more stories. The fear had been real. Harry remembered it clearly, the overwhelming strangeness of this magical world, but distance had transformed it into something almost fond. They'd been so young, so uncertain, so desperate to belong. And now they did belong. Not because they'd fought for it or earned it through achievement, but simply because they'd stayed, because they'd shown up day after day and let the castle work its slow magic on their hearts. "I love this place," Ginny said suddenly, into a momentary lull in conversation. "I know that's obvious, but I mean it. I really love it. Not just the magic or the classes, but this, us, the way Hogwarts makes room for everyone." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the group. Harry saw Neville nodding emphatically, saw Hermione's eyes bright with emotion, saw Ron's characteristic attempt to hide sentiment behind a cough. The portrait seemed to glow even brighter. The painted cottage's door stood wide now, and through it Harry could see what looked like a celebration. Tiny figures gathered around what might be a table, raising what might be glasses, connected by joy and warmth and community. "Look at the portrait," he said, and everyone turned. They sat in silence for a moment, watching the painted scene. It was remarkably detailed for something so small. You could almost see individual expressions, almost hear the laughter. "It's celebrating us," Hermione whispered. "The castle is celebrating that we've learned this, that we've become this." "Become what?" Colin asked. "A family," she said simply. "Not by blood, but by choice, by showing up and making room, and caring about each other. The fire crackled approval. Around them, the common room seemed to hum with contentment. The stones warm, the air gentle, the very atmosphere pleased with what it witnessed. They stayed together until the fire burned low, until yawns became contagious, until even the most determined storytellers ran out of tales to share. Then slowly, reluctantly, they began to disperse. "Same time next week," Seamus suggested. "Make it a regular thing." Agreement came from multiple voices. Yes, next Friday. Same spot, same fire, same willingness to simply be together without agenda or purpose, beyond companionship. Harry climbed to his dormitory with Ron and Neville, their footsteps heavy with pleasant exhaustion. Through the windows, he could see stars scattered across the February sky, cold and distant, but beautiful in their own way. "That was good," Ron said, crawling into bed. "Really good." "Yeah," Neville agreed. Thanks for including me, both of you, all of you." "You're part of this," Harry said firmly. "You've always been part of this." In the darkness, he heard Neville's quiet intake of breath, the emotion he was trying to control. "Thanks," he said again, softer. Harry settled under his blankets, warm and comfortable and deeply content. He thought about the evening, about how the common room had transformed from a space into a community, about how the castle had witnessed it all with such obvious pleasure. The portrait celebration made sense now. Hogwarts didn't just want students to learn magic. It wanted them to learn connection, to understand that the deepest magic was the choice to make room for each other, to build warmth together against the cold. Outside, February whispered against the windows. Inside, the castle held its students close, pleased with what they were becoming. And somewhere in the common room below, the fire burned low but never dark, and a portrait showed tiny painted figures still gathered in celebration, still choosing warmth over solitude, still understanding that home was built from exactly this: friendship freely given, space freely shared, and hearts open to the magic of simply being together. Tomorrow there would be classes and homework and all the usual demands, but tonight had proven something important. They were stronger together, warmer together, more themselves when they made room for each other. The castle remembered this. The castle would hold it close. And 3 friends, plus all the others they'd gathered around that fire, slept soundly, dreaming of community and celebration, and the gentle magic of February nights, when friendship felt like the truest spell of all. The first hint of spring arrived on a Thursday morning in early March. Harry noticed it during breakfast. The way sunlight slanted through the great hall's windows at a slightly different angle, warmer and more golden than it had been even a week ago. The enchanted ceiling showed a sky scattered with clouds that looked softer somehow, less like winter's sharp edges and more like something gentler waiting to unfold. Outside, the grounds were beginning their slow transformation. The frost had retreated to shadowed corners. Patches of grass showed green instead of brown. Professor Sprout had mentioned that the first shoots were appearing in the greenhouses, and Hagrid had been seen checking the edges of the forbidden forest for signs of new growth. Winter wasn't over. March could still bring cold snaps and even snow, but its grip had loosened. The castle felt it too, Harry thought. The stones seemed to breathe differently, as if Hogwarts itself was waking from a long hibernation. Tonight, the last Friday before the Easter holidays, The common room held its now traditional gathering. What had started in February as a spontaneous evening had become ritual, students collecting around the fire, bringing homework or games, or simply themselves, creating community through the simple act of showing up. Harry sat in his usual chair, but the word usual had taken on new meaning. It wasn't just his chair anymore. It was the chair where he sat when the group gathered, part of a constellation of seats that had become geography, landmarks in the map of their connection. Ron sprawled on the floor with a chess set, teaching a second year the finer points of knight positioning. Hermione occupied the sofa, helping Neville prepare for their upcoming herbology practical, while simultaneously correcting what looked like Ginny's transfiguration essay. Dean and Seamus had claimed cushions near the fire, sketching something that involved a lot of discussion about proper dragon anatomy. The portrait beside the fireplace had continued its year-long transformation. The deep winter scene had softened, snow melting to reveal brown earth. The cottage's door remained open, as it had since February, but now the painted figures were venturing outside. Tiny forms worked in what might be a garden, preparing soil, suggesting the eternal hope of planting. "It's getting ready for spring," Hermione observed, following Harry's gaze. "Just like we are." "Exams," Ron groaned from the floor. "Spring means exams. Why can't spring just mean sunshine and Quidditch?" "It means both," Hermione said patiently. "You can have exams and sunshine. They're not mutually exclusive." "They feel mutually exclusive when Snape assigns 6 feet of parchment on antidotes." The second year giggled, and Ron grinned at her. "You'll understand when you're older. The horror of Snape's essay requirements is a rite of passage." Harry smiled, but felt his attention drifting. Not away from his friends, never that, but toward a thought that had been forming all year, accumulating through September's settling and October's mysteries and November's warmth, through December's comfort and January's stillness and February's celebration. This place, these people, this feeling of absolute rightness, of being exactly where he belonged. "Harry?" Hermione's voice gentle with concern. "You've gone quiet." He looked up to find several faces turned toward him. Not just Ron and Hermione, but Neville and Ginny, and even the second year, all watching with various degrees of curiosity and care. "Just thinking," he said, "about the year, about all of this." "Deep thoughts for a Friday evening," Ron said, but without mockery. He'd learned over months of these gatherings that sometimes people needed space to work through feelings. "I've been watching the portrait all year," Harry continued, the words coming slowly as he worked out what he wanted to say. "Since September, we all have, really. Watching it change with the seasons, watching it reflect us back to ourselves. It's been remarkable," Hermione agreed. "A year-long lesson in paying attention. But I think I only just understood what it's been teaching us." Harry leaned forward, trying to articulate something that felt enormous and simple at the same time. "It's not just about seasons changing or the castle being aware of us. It's about home." He gestured toward the portrait, toward the cottage with its open door and its painted figures tending their garden. "That cottage, it's been showing us what home looks like. Not a perfect place, not somewhere without cold or darkness or difficulty, but somewhere that changes with you, somewhere that makes room for you, somewhere you choose to return to again and again because it's yours." The common room had gone quiet. Even Dean and Seamus had stopped their sketching to listen. "Hogwarts is that for us," Harry said. "It's been that all along. But this year we learned to see it. The fires that never go out, the library that smells like comfort, the chess set that teaches while you play, the way the castle adjusts to what we need before we know we need it. The bookmarks," Hermione added softly. "The anonymous kindnesses, the portrait reflecting us back to ourselves." "All of it," Harry agreed. "Every small magic, every gentle touch. The castle showing us what it means to be home." Neville spoke up, his voice stronger than Harry had ever heard it. "And we've been doing it too, creating home for each other, making space, offering help, showing up." "Exactly." Harry felt something settle in his chest, something that had been loose and uncertain, finding its proper place. "We've been learning the same lesson the castle's been teaching. That home isn't just a place you're born into. It's something you build together through care and attention and choice." Ginny had tears in her eyes, though she was smiling. "The Burrow's always been home for me, but Hogwarts is home too. A different kind, but just as real. More real for some of us," Ron said quietly, and Harry knew he was thinking of Harry's situation, of the Dursleys' cold house that had never been home at all. The fire crackled, sending up sparks that seemed to dance with approval. The portrait glowed warm, its painted figures still tending their garden, still choosing to nurture growth even when winter wasn't quite finished. "Professor McGonagall told me something once," Hermione said, "back in first year when I was homesick and trying not to show it. She said that Hogwarts had stood for 1,000 years and would stand for 1,000 more, and that every student who passed through its halls left something of themselves behind, that we were all part of the castle's story woven into its very stones. And the castle's part of our story," the second year added shyly. "We're weaving together." "Yes," Harry said, "that's exactly it." They sat together in the warm silence, each processing the realization in their own way. Outside, the March evening was deepening into night. But it came later now, spring's gift of extended daylight, of more time between dawn and dark. Ron moved his chess piece with careful precision, then looked at the second year. "You'll move and think 3 steps ahead. That's the secret." Conversation resumed gradually, but something had shifted. The atmosphere felt different, more conscious perhaps, of what they were creating together. Every laugh seemed more precious, every shared moment more intentional. The portrait caught Harry's eye again, and this time he noticed something new. The cottage had acquired flowers, small painted blooms around the doorway, suggesting bulbs that had survived winter's cold and emerged triumphant. It was such a tiny detail, easily missed, but it made his throat tight with emotion. Beauty persisting, growth continuing, life choosing itself again and again, despite darkness and cold and difficulty. "I want to remember this," he said suddenly. "Not just tonight, but all of it, the whole year. Every small discovery, every quiet evening, every moment of understanding that Hogwarts has been teaching us to see." "We could write it down," Hermione suggested immediately. "Keep a record, not just of events, but of feelings, of realizations." "Or we could just live it," Ron countered gently. "Let it exist in memory without trying to capture it." "Both," Harry decided. "We'll remember it because we lived it fully. We paid attention. We noticed. Dean had resumed sketching, but now Harry could see what he was drawing, the common room as it looked right now, with all of them scattered around the fire, the portrait visible in the background. Preserving the moment not through words, but through art. "Can I have a copy when you're done?" Harry asked. Dean looked up, surprised, then pleased. Yeah, of course." The evening continued its gentle progression. More students drifted in, some staying, some just passing through on their way to dormitories or the library or the kitchens for late-night snacks. Each person who entered seemed to feel the atmosphere, the particular quality of attention and care that had settled over the gathering. The fire burned steadily, requiring no tending. House elf magic, Harry knew, but also something more. The castle itself maintaining the warmth, ensuring comfort, fulfilling its 1,000-year purpose of sheltering students. "Next year," Neville said quietly, "we should do this again. Make it tradition. Friday evenings, common room, everyone welcome." "We will," Hermione assured him. "This is too good to let go." Harry thought about next year, 5th year, with its owls and increased pressure and all the complications that came with growing older. It would be harder, probably, more stressful. But they'd have this. They'd have Friday evenings and the common room fire and the understanding that home was something you built together. The portrait's painted figures had finished their garden preparation and were heading back inside the cottage, their work complete for now. The door remained open. It always remained open now, Harry realized. An invitation, a promise, a reminder that home welcomed you back always. "I'm glad we stayed," he said, "for the holidays, back in December. I'm glad we were here to see all of this." "Me too," Ron agreed. "Best decision we made all year." "One of many good decisions," Hermione corrected. "Choosing to pay attention was a good decision. Choosing to gather like this was a good decision. Choosing each other over and over, that's been the best decision." The fire popped, and the portrait seemed to glow even brighter. Outside, the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, spring stars, different from winter's sharp constellation, softer and more forgiving. Eventually, as always, the gathering began to disperse. The second year headed to bed with new chess strategies to practice. Dean and Seamus finished their dragon sketch and promised to show it to Hagrid tomorrow. Ginny collected her corrected essay with thanks and a warm hug for Hermione. Soon, it was just the three of them again. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, in their original configuration. The fire had burned low but steady, and the common room felt both empty and full, holding the echo of all the people who'd been there, all the warmth they'd created together. "Same time next week?" Ron asked, though it was hardly a question anymore. "Always," Harry said. They climbed to their dormitories, footsteps familiar on familiar stairs. At the landing, Hermione paused. "Thank you," she said, "for this year, for paying attention with me, for understanding that small things matter." "Thank you for teaching us to look," Harry replied. "We might have missed all of it otherwise." In his dormitory, Harry changed slowly, reluctant to end the evening. Through the window, he could see the grounds bathed in starlight. The lake rippled gently, free of ice now. The forbidden forest stood dark but somehow less forbidding, as if spring was softening even its mysterious depths. He slipped into bed, pulling the blankets close. Blankets that were exactly the right weight, exactly the right warmth, adjusted by house elf care and castle magic to perfect comfort. This year had taught him so much about home and belonging, about the magic in small gestures and quiet attention, about how places could love you back if you learned their language, about how friendship was built from thousands of small moments accumulated like snow until they formed something solid enough to stand on. Outside, March whispered promises of spring. Inside, the castle held all its students safe and warm, pleased with what they'd become, proud of what they'd learned. The portrait in the common room showed its cottage settled into evening peace, door still open, garden prepared for planting, smoke rising steady from the chimney. A year's worth of lessons rendered in paint, the seasons turning, the work continuing, the choice to nurture and tend and care. And somewhere between sleeping and waking, Harry understood completely. Home wasn't just where you came from, or even where you returned to. Home was what you created through attention and care, through showing up and making room, through choosing warmth over isolation and connection over solitude. Hogwarts had taught him that. The castle had shown him through 1,000 small magics that he was worthy of that care, that he could create it, sustain it, share it with others. Tomorrow would bring exams and challenges and all the complications of continuing forward. But tonight, there was only gratitude and peace and the profound comfort of being exactly where he belonged. The fire burned low, but never dark. The portrait glowed with quiet satisfaction, and 3 friends slept soundly, dreaming of home and spring and the gentle magic of belonging. The castle remembered warmth. The castle held it close. And Harry, finally, was part of that warmth, both receiving it and creating it, both sheltered and sheltering. All was well. All would continue to be well. Because home wasn't the destination. It was a practice, a choice, 1,000 small magics woven together into something strong enough to last. And they had learned to weave it together.